Alright, I'm gonna be building this gaming app right here. As you can see, it gets the games. It's pretty cool. Also have a toggle right here, kind of like with the movie app I made. It's pretty cool. It switches this controller and it also switches the light mode. Pretty cool. If I go back, you'll see an animation like that. You'll also see it unload. It's pretty cool. And if I scroll down, you'll notice the Navbar is up there. But when I get to special games, there we go. Shows up. If I click on a game like this or this, if I click on it, it will take me where I can get it. It works for any game. Even when the API switches around the games, it'll still work. And when I toggle it, when I have it activated like this, it'll automatically deactivate it and slide to the next. Works on all the games. And then I got a list of games that doesn't do anything when you click. It's just for styling. And I don't know if I showed this, but it goes back and forth. Show you the light mode now. It's pretty much the same thing. Just light mode. Pretty cool. Now I'm gonna be building this with 100% pure React, CSS, no libraries except for Axios to fetch the data from the API. But other than that, no libraries from scratch. And that's why it's so long. Alright, all I did was open up the CMD. Now I'm just gonna go inside the desktop because that's where I want to store it. Wherever you want to store it, just CD inside, wherever. And npx create react app. I didn't mean to put a dash like that. I gotta put a space. And I'm gonna name it. And then it'll create. Just ignore this right here. Now we're just gonna CD into the app that we named. And then we're gonna code dot to open up VS Code. There we go. Then I close this. Get exit out of that. And this. And then I'm going to delete these right here. Not the index. But all these could go. And I'm going to remove that. Remove the header. And I'm going to remove the report vitals. And I want npm start. And it should just be empty. There we go, it's empty. There's nothing inside of here. Alright, now we're going to create some new folders. The first one is going to be called components. The second one is going to be called styles for the styling. Third one is going to be called game info. The components is where the navbar, the main, and the games is going to show. The style is for the styling, and the game info is for when we click on the remember the slider thing we had? When we clicked on it, that's what will show up, the game info. where we get redirected and stuff. So in the components, we're gonna start off with the navbar. So we're gonna have navbar.jsx. You can do JavaScript, JS, whatever you like. Inside of here, I'm gonna type RCFE, and that's like a snippet. If you come right here and you look up React snippet, it's this one right here. You have to download this in order to get that snippet. Alright, I'm gonna delete this right here. Now I'm gonna wrap this in a fragment. I'll import the fragment. And then I'm gonna add a nav to the nav bar. And then I'm gonna add a div. And I'm gonna add a span. And I'm gonna name this quick. And I'm gonna add another one. And I'm gonna name this games. I also have a class name right here. And I'm gonna call this. We're gonna call this nav logo. And then we're gonna make a new div. Class name, we're gonna call this end because it'll be the end of the nav. This might look a little weird, but we're gonna have a class name, and we're gonna have this equal to toggle container. And then we're gonna have a new div inside of here. We call this toggle switcher. So the toggle container is going to be the container toggle, and the switcher is going to be actually a circle that you move back and forth. And now we go to app, and we're going to import navbar from components navbar. And we're going to put the navbar side of here. Alright, and then we want to go to styles. And we want to create a new style. We're going to call this navbar style CSS. And we have the nav equal to a display. Dang it, I can't type. Display flex. Justify content. Space around. Align items. Center. We want a background color. Do this red right now. A height of probably 8. And a Z index because it's a nav of the max. There we go right here. And now we just want to do the toggle container. So we'll have a position of relative. I'm a margin left it 40 pixels. And then I'm at a background color of white. We have a width of 80 pixels and a height of 40 pixels. Border radius 20 and cursor pointer. Well, I'm gonna do it right here because we can't see the red. And some of the width, I actually put that on top. 100 feet wide. Oh, I didn't even import it. That's why I'm not seeing anything. My bad. I had to import the Navbar. Wonder why I wasn't seeing anything. There we go. And I'm gonna change this red. I'm just gonna change it to black right now. No, we're green because you can't see it now. Great, there we go. Now we want to get, forgot what I named it. There we go, right here. It's a switcher. And we don't want a background color. Change it to red for now. Can't really see it. Want the width 33 pixels. And the height 33 pixels. And then border radius 50%. And you see it right here. It's not going back and forth. It's not in a position. So what we're going to do is position absolute. And then probably going to want top maybe 3 pixels. No, maybe 5. Then left maybe 4 pixels. Yeah, 3.5 is good. Alright. And now we go back to the nav. If we want to move this, go back and forth. You gotta go to the nav. Alright. What we could do is we could make a switch and set it to false inside of here. But since we're gonna pass it through all these components, we're gonna do it in the app and pass it through the components but use context. So right here, we'll add a const and a list, and we're gonna set it to theme switch. And we'll have an equals, and then we're gonna use state like this. And we're gonna set this to false, which means it's false right now, so it's not gonna move. And then we want to pass it. So we'll come right here, we're gonna export const. We'll call this toggle container. It's equal to, you could type right here, use context like this, and I'll put the context, not use context, but create context like that. Or you can just remove this and type react context, so you don't have to put it in here, which is pretty cool. But if we put React dot context, we have to import React right here. And there we go. And then we want to wrap everything in a toggle container. There we go. And then we want to put the value. You want to pass the value. You have to put 2 brackets when you pass in it. It's kind of weird, but kind of have to. We want to pass the theme switch. And the set theme switch. So we're passing these 2 to all the components. Now, in order to call this in a component, we just gotta come right here and import whatever we called it, which is this, from gotta go back once. There we go. And now you just want to const dot use context with the toggle that we imported, and inside of here we're going to put in what we put in over here to get it. So these 2 right here. And now we got these 2, which is pretty cool. And let me just make sure we're not getting errors. Alright, it's not showing. My bad, it's not showing because you gotta add a dot provider. I forgot the provider, now it should work. And we gotta put this to value. Now it should work. There we go, it's showing. So we got these 2 right here. Now, what we could do here is we're going to class name. We're going to use JavaScript, so we're going to use a bracket. And we say if theme switcher is true, then it's going to be equal to that. If not, then it's going to be moved. And if I come right here, and I just want to copy this, but we want to move this over, maybe 10. This should be the same. No, this should be the same. And this should be moved over maybe 10 pixels. So let me open it back up and then go back to the code. So when this is false, like it's false right now, it's going to equal this right here. We have to switch these. There we go. So it's false, so it's going to equal the toggle switcher, which the toggle switcher is right here. But when it's true, it's going to move over like that. I don't know what I just did. But I'm gonna have this move over to maybe, oh, not this one, what am I doing? I'm gonna have this one move over to like 50? No, 40? 42. Alright, that's pretty cool. So we want to put this back to false. This is false. And we want to come back over here. And what we're going to do. Okay, when this is clicked, when this one is clicked, when the outside of the div, the white container, the toggle container of it is clicked on click, we're going to have set is equal to the opposite of theme switch. So this should just keep toggling. Pretty cool. Now we come back over here and we want to transition 0.6 seconds. We're going to do it both because we want it to work back and forth. And now it should have like a little animation to refresh. There we go. It has a really cool animation. Alright, and now we're going to open up VS Code. And we're going to change this to gaming because that's what I called it. So, gaming. There we go. And we'll go inside the nav logo right here. And we're going to expands. And we're going to text to uppercase. And there we go. Now it's an uppercase. If you remove this, go. Well, you want it to uppercase, so right here. Pretty cool. Now we're going to fix the color. I have some colors saved, so I'm just going to copy this in. So the nav is going to be this color right here. And the logo is going to be, actually no, I'm not going to do that. Alright. We're going to change the color of these two. There we go. Now, in order to fix not seeing this, we're going to go into the index and we'll have the color just back to white. There we go. Now you can see it. Then we're going to have an ID right here. We're going to hit logo name 1. We're going to have an ID right here. Logo name. We're going to get the, no, we're just going to do the one verse. And we have this, the color of, I think it's this. Yeah, there we go. We're going to make that the second one. There we go. Then we want to go to fonts. Google Fonts, my bad. Where's Google Fonts? There we go. And we just want to search for what we want. In my case, I forgot what was my font, so I'm gonna have to go back to. Okay, there we go. It's this one right here. We're gonna get the regular, open it up in a link, and what we're gonna do here is we're gonna copy this. I'm gonna close this up for right now, and we're gonna want to go inside the public index, and right after the title, we're gonna put that in. There we go. We close this. We come inside the index and put this in. I'm gonna delete this. And there we go. Close this. And then we close this too. Go to styles. Font span. Have a font size. And we're gonna set it to 2.5 rem. 1 rem is 16 pixels. So hold on, this is 16 pixels. It's exactly like 1 rem because it's the same thing, 16 pixels. So basically, we're just doing 16 pixels times 2.5. There we go. Now we got the Navbar working, looking nice. But we're gonna want this to switch colors when this is switched over. So, how do we make this switch over and change colors? We'll have to go back to the Navbar, and we're gonna switch this quick real quick. So, inside this quick, we'll have a style. And since we're using JavaScript bracket, and if theme switch is true, then another bracket for the styling. And if it's not true, we're just going to do null, which means nothing. In CSS, you can also put nan, but nothing too. But when you're doing it inside of like right here, if you're trying to switch what it says right here, you're gonna have to use null because it's actually gonna say nan. Null actually means nothing. Nan means nothing too, but it's gonna display for some reason. So we're just gonna do null. Most of the time, we use null. Now we'll switch over, switches colors. Really cool. Now we want this to switch, so we'll come right back here, copy this, oh, we're gonna have to put a space right here too, so has a little spacing. And then we're gonna do it right here, but we're gonna switch the color to, I forgot what I called it. Okay, the color is going to be 2A 9D 8F. There we go, switches, pretty cool. So we're in dark mode, and we're in light mode. Now we just want the background to change too, so how do we do that is theme switch. Okay, I don't know why I did that. Okay, so if it's true, we'll call this light mode. Now you'll notice, first of all, this nav, that logo, for this one right here, we're gonna change this to dark mode. So, dark mode. There we go. We'll go right back here to the styles. And we'll put this right here, like that. And then we're gonna do the same thing right here because it'll be smaller. So we're gonna turn this to light mode. There we go, that was bigger. But now we have dark mode, like that. Oh, I just realized what I did. We're gonna do this up here. My bad. We're gonna do it in the nav. I don't know what I'm thinking. Delete this right here, and we could just call this. Let me delete this right here. We just call this container or whatever you want. Cut right here. There we go. Now it's back to what it was. Kind of messed up. But now we have the class name. If this is true, then it's light and dark. So come right here. Light mode. What are we going to change that to? Actually, we're just going to do it in the styles just to make this easier, because don't want to add too much CSS here. So right here, we can just delete this. Just going to add a style. And then we're going to have if it's true, then we're going to have the color equal to whatever. If it's false, then the color equal to whatever. Now I'm get the colors. So if it's true, it's going to equal white. And actually, we can use a null right here because we have it in the CSS already. So when I open this, oh, background color, not just color. My bad, I'm messing up. No. My bad, this is lowercase and this is capital. I get kind of confused between them. Alright, there we go. Now it's working. Light mode, dark mode, light mode, dark mode. So we got the nav working. So now we just want to get the main section. And now we just want to open up VS Code, put this in full screen. Inside the components, I'm gonna make a new component, a new file component, and I'm gonna call this main.jsx. RCFE for the snippet, and I'm gonna close these out for right now, and then go to the app. Inside this app, I'm gonna put the main, and it auto did it for me. And when I save, should be able to see it. Okay, you can see it, but it's like the background is white, and so is this. So if I like do this, you can see it. Way to fix that. For now, at least, we go on the index, and we come right here, put background color, and set it to black right now. And there we go. Now you can see it. Now, we're going to be working with an API. Let me get the link. We're going to be working with this API right here. Gets the games. So, this is the one I'm going to get. The gate special. I'm going to copy this URL right here. And then I'm going to open up VS Code. We'll close this out. We don't need that anymore. Go to the main. And I'm going to make a const called API with the URL. And then I'm going to make a function called API call. Call it whatever you want. Inside this function, I'm going to have another const called data, so we can get the data. And I'm going to use stickiness. And then we're going to wait for Axios. I already have it installed, but if you need it, just click this. Then you type npm Axios. But Axios.get. And then we're going to call it API. We'll have brackets. And I'm going to copy this right here. Alright, and I'm gonna capitalize this. Data is never. Okay, I'm getting this because I'm not calling it data yet. I'll call it in a second, but you gotta sign up to get the key, the API key. I have one, so I'm gonna use mine. I'm gonna copy it inside of here. And then I'm gonna add another const equal useState. And since the data is going to be an array and an object, you can do it like this, or you can just leave it empty. I'm just going to leave it empty for now. Doesn't really matter. But I'm going to have I'm gonna name this games, and then set games. First, we gotta make sure we're getting the data from the data. Let me delete this. Dang it, I can't type. Use effect. There we go. We're gonna run it once, and then we want to call the API that we just made. So we should be console logging the data. See if it works. Console. Alright, we're getting the data. So it's in the data, so it's .data .results. And now we should be getting the results. There we go, we're getting the results. Now I could delete this console log and put set games to equal the data.data.results. So now this games is equal to what we just console logged, which is pretty cool. And then I'm gonna put a fragment in here. And I'm gonna have a div class container. You don't really need the fragment if you don't want to. I just love wrapping everything in fragments because container is gonna hold everything, so it doesn't really matter. But I'm gonna add another div, and we're gonna name this. This is gonna be the background. We're gonna set this to dark for now because we're gonna, when we import the theme switch, we're gonna make it back to light. So yeah. Then we want an image source, alt, and then we want games dot. Let me go back to it. .img for image. And then we're gonna want the index of 0, so we want go back to it. We're gonna get this one, this 0 right here. So when I save it, it should show up. Okay, I'm getting an error. Let me see. Alright, I'm pretty sure I'm getting that error because it hasn't loaded the data in yet. So when we get the API, when we get games pretty much, then we want to load this. So this is pretty much saying when games has something, when it's true, when there's a value inside of games, it's gonna load this. If it's not, it won't load it. Should load it. There we go. We got it. And if I want to change this image, all I gotta do is 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. I don't think it go past 5. Okay, if we go past 5, we get an error. So let me start back at 0. I'm gonna fix this, and I'm gonna put, you don't have to do this, but I'm gonna put a list and then an object. Still work. And then I'm gonna add a new const. I'm gonna use one more state. I'm gonna set this to 0. We can call this index of set index of. And then we can set this to index of. This is still equal to the 0. Alright, now we want to do the same thing with the title. So, brackets and games, because we want to make sure we don't get that error again. We have and. We'll get an H1, no, H2. Side this H2. We use brackets again. And then we're going to get the games. Next up, title. I think it's title. I believe it is. Yes, title. Alright. So we're getting the image and the title. And then I'm going to put an ID on here. Actually, no, I'm not. I'll just do that with a style when we import the theme switch. What we're going to need is icons to make it go back and forth like this. So go to Google and React icons. You could just copy this in, or you could just open this npm I React icons. It'll install. And then when done, close this out. And now come back here and I'm gonna go for next. And I'm gonna use this one right here. Actually, I already got one I could use. I'm gonna copy this and put it in here. This is the one I'm gonna be using. And then for the next, I'm gonna be using this one for the next. So all you gotta do to import these is import from React icons, and then it has to be a lowercase of whatever these two are, so MD. And then after this, we can use before and probably give it font size 50 for right now. And then MD next. And use the same font size. I'm gonna close this out because we don't need this right now. And there we go. We're in 2. And then I go right here and type in cursor equals pointer. And I could do it to both of these. And now we got pointers on the cursors, or cursors on the pointers, or whatever. But you can only do this in React icons. Like, you can't do that in here. You have to put styles in order to do it. And I'm actually gonna make these equal to 100. Alright. And then we have an on click. On click, when this before button, which is this, is clicked, we want the index to go back one. So set index of to equal index of minus 1. And we do the same thing right here, but plus 1. Okay, I'm getting an error. Oh, because I'm not calling them in a function. We're just setting these off right. Once I call them inside of a function, then they'll activate when it's clicked. My bad. And there we go. Now we can move. But the problem with this is when we go back once, this is going to be equal to -1. And if we go past 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we go past, we should be getting an error too. Yep, we get an error. In order to fix that, we got to come right back here. Now, what some people would do is add if the index is less than -1 and all that stuff, then do this and do that. I'm not going to do that. I think that's too much to do most of the time. And you just want to display none, so they can't go on to the next one. Most of the time you want to do that. You don't want to add a whole bunch of ifs and else. So what I'm going to do is add a class and if index is less than 1, no, if 1 is greater than index, that is true. We're going to call this, my bad, I'm back. I don't know what just happened to my computer. But we're going to call this disable, because we don't want to show no more. And call this active, it will show. And we can do the same thing right here to the bottom. Index of and what we're going to do if index is greater or equal to 4, it will display these. So let's go inside the styles and create a new styles. And we call this main. And then we want to import this. I like importing all the stuff I use for brackets, I put at the bottom, and all the stuff I don't use, that's not brackets, I put at the top. So go back once, styles, main. And then you save this, come right here to class. So display none, pretty much. And to be honest, I think we could just put null right here because we're not going to do anything with it, because it's just going to show. But this is pretty much saying if the index is past 4 or equal to 4, then it's going to disable it. It's going to display none. So let me refresh this. So we can't go back no more because we're on the first one. So if we go back, we'll get an error. If we go to the next, we can't go more to the next. We can't go to the next index because it'll throw the error. And there's also an issue with this right here. You'll notice if I do this too fast. Hold on. See, I was like highlighting the text, even though I don't want it to. Where to fix that? We go to H2. I think it's called user select none, I believe. Now you can't select this. Yeah. You can't select this no more, so no matter how fast we do it, can't select it. We could do it for the image too. Or we could just do it for the whole component, it really doesn't matter. There we go. Now we can't select it. Which is pretty cool. In order to fix this drag right here, like I can just come up top to it and just hit enter, and it'll show me the image. So people might say that you don't always want people. So in order to fix that, it should just pop up once I say drag or something like that. There we go. WebKit drag, and we're going to set this to none. Okay, it's not none. Alright, I'm just going to do it the easier way because this is not working. I probably did it wrong, but this is another way. You could just find the image right here, type draggable is equal to false. Now we should be able to drag. There we go, we're not able to drag. There is a way to do it in CSS. I just figured out how. So we got these to work. Now we're gonna want to get the controller. So in order to get the controller, come right here to to the bottom of here, make a new div, and I'm just gonna call this class name PS5. And I will make a new image. And then I'm gonna have to give it an alt. You have to give it an alt or else it'll throw this error. This error right here. Or it'll just be yellow at the bottom, but you don't want yellow. So you gotta throw alt. So then I'm gonna have a source. Then we want to pass the theme from the app. So copy this, import toggle from app, and then const dot use context inside the toggle container, and then we're just gonna pass this one because we're not going to change it, because we're just not going to change it. We just want to change the colors. We don't want to change the value from false to true. So we got this. We're gonna go inside of here. Then we got the theme switch. If it's true. We're using an image, so we gotta put these in here. I'm gonna have to put these images inside up here. Just to make this neater, I'm just gonna make a new folder called images and put them inside of here. And then we're at the import. So I'm gonna call this PS5 dark, because it's gonna be a dark theme. From, we're gonna go back once, we're gonna go to images and grab this one. Then I'm gonna copy this, change this to light, and then what did I call it? Okay, I called it blue. Alright. And now, if it's true, you don't want it to be the light. So when this toggle will switch, it's true. And when it switches, it's gonna be the light. And when it's false, it's gonna equal that. You can't see it because I gotta make it bigger. But I'm gonna have an ID. And we'll do the same thing with the ID. not the same thing. We want to use a string, not an object. And then we come back to the main, and then for the PS5, which is going to be the dark, we have a position, absolute, right, 100 pixels, and top, 100 pixels. And then we're going to have a width. Actually, no, that's it. And then with the blue, we're going to have position, absolute, top, 130 pixels, and then go on right, 100 pixels. Actually, on the width, 530 pixels. We should be seeing it. Okay, we're not seeing it for some reason. We're not supposed to put these in brackets. So I'm gonna remove that. And it should work now. Because these are not in brackets. Yeah, we don't need to put these in brackets. There we go, now it's showing. And now we're switching between both of them. Now we go back to here. And you might be wondering why the top here is 130 pixels and the top here is 110. And that's because with the blue, you'll notice the controller is like a little bit bigger in height because of this right here, the buttons. This one doesn't really have the buttons, so I gotta put that down by like 30 pixels to make it look like it's not moving when it really is. So now we go back to the main and we go to the div, this div right here, because we want to change this. Remember I said we want to change this. So we're going to change this if it's true. Then remember false is going to be default, the dark. And we want to change this to light. And then we go back to CSS. And then we want to get the class. So we're gonna get this class right here first. And we want the background color to be black. We want the width to be 600 pixels. And the height to be See 300 pixels for now. Padding should be 20. And border radius should be 10, maybe? Let's see. You won't be able to see it because it's black. Let me actually do it with the light. No, not this color. I believe it was 6FD, like before. I'm gonna change this. I gotta find the color. Actually, I'm just gonna remove this. There we go. So in order to fix the background color, we can't just have a background color in the index because it won't work like that. What we can do is have it in the app, because we can't have it in the index because how are you supposed to access it with the theme? I don't think you can. If you can, then do it, but I don't think you can. So I'm gonna close out the index, and then I'm gonna go to the app, and right here I'm gonna have a dark and a light with the theme. So oh, not right here. We gotta go to the app. Let me close this. Okay, we can remove this. This is just default. I don't know why it's like that. It didn't change anything, I don't think. Yeah, I didn't really change anything, so. Now for the dark, we'll have the background color. We'll have a RGB 1288. It's like a dark purplish color, I think. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. It's like a dark purplish. It's pretty cool. And then for the light, you don't have the background color of just plain out white. There we go. This might look a little weird right now. This isn't covering the whole thing, but once we add more and get the page fully loaded in and all that, then it'll reach the bottom. In order to move the image over a little and just make it look better, I'm gonna have to open up VS Code. Close out of here. Close out of the app and then the main. This container right here, I'm gonna go all the way to the top. Add a container. And we have a width, 100 view width, and a height. I don't know what this is. Looks pretty cool though. but a height of 50 view height, and I'll make it bigger. Like, I'll make the height bigger. That's why you see this moves and all of that. But we can add a display flex. So display flex, and we have a flex direction column. Do we need that? We might not need that. Margin top 100 pixels, and margin left 200 pixels. So that should move this over here. There we go. Looking better. I don't think we need this. Or just might put this in the same line. Let me see. Yeah, we don't need that. And now, I'm gonna make the image bigger. So I'm gonna have an ID. You don't have to do this, you can just grab it by the image, but and with the image, I'm gonna set the width to about 600 pixels and the height to about 300 pixels. Alright, actually, 340. Oh, because of ID. There we go, now it's bigger. Set this to 360. Alright, that looks a little better. Actually, a lot better. Maybe I should set this to 500. This to 400. No, this should be 600. Alright, I'm just gonna leave it like this for now. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then we don't want to change this. We can't highlight it because what we did before, but we don't want to change this. So I'm gonna change it inside of here. So style dot theme switch. If it's true, then I'm putting all right here. I'm not gonna do anything right there. But since we're changing the color, we have to put brackets inside of the drum. And if it's true, I'm changing that to red, so I think that's what we had. So there we go. Now it's turning red, which is pretty cool. So we want to move the text to the middle of the image. In order to do that, we can do it two ways. We can go right back to the styles right here, and we can just put a comma right here and display flex and justify content. Or we could just come right here, H2, display flex, justify content center, and then we go now to the center. And then the thing is, you can't see this arrow. I can't even see it. It's right here. You can't see it right here because it's light. In order to change that, I'm gonna go to the main. And the cool thing about what is it called? React icons is we don't need the CSS or the styles or nothing. This is cool. We can just go to color. It's equal to, and then we want to get the theme. And we can do the same thing for this one. I forgot what color I put it. Let me get it. I got the color and put it to this. So now you can see it. Switches from blue to white, or white to blue, because we start off at this and then we go from white to blue. And then we're gonna want to move this up here so it looks better. And move this up here with it. So let's do that. Do we have an ID on these? No, we don't. Alright, I'm gonna have an ID. I mean, if you want to, you just delete these and just do this inside the ID. But we're gonna have to add ID. Or a class. But you should only use like classes on divs when you want to get one object or one thing. I would use ID. It really just depends. But I'm gonna name this one before. Before one, and this one after one. Come right here. We do at the bottom. And I'm position absolute. We go left, 130 pixels, and top 300 pixels. There we go. It's right there. We can actually make that higher because it looks a little off. I'll say that's perfect. Yeah, that's good right there. And then we want to do the same thing. But after. And go from the left. Okay, I'm gonna get right. Okay, that's two. Okay, we gotta do it from the left, I guess. Alright, that looks good. If you could find a better way to do it, then do it. And actually, we're actually moving a little more because of this. And there we go. Okay, I don't know why it keeps switching like this. Like, it's not showing it. Let me see. Okay, PG color light. Oh, because it's lowercase. This should work. There we go. Now it's showing it. Looks cool. I'm gonna move this over a little. Try to get this perfectly on. That does not look aligned. Alright, that's much better. At least I think these are aligned. Alright, I think that's better. And now, there we go. Now we're done with the main part. Oh no, we're not. We gotta make this rotate, which is easy. So we want an animation name. And we want an animation duration and 2 seconds. And we want a keyframe. What we called this. And then we want a position. Absolute, like that. What's going on here? Oh. 0%. So at 0%, we want a position absolute. And on top of it, we're gonna have a transform, rotate. We want to do 1 turn. So we'll do 1 turn in rotation. It's like a circle pretty much. And we want this to go on the outside, so all the way to the right where you can't see it. So I already did it. For me, it's negative 500 pixels to make it go outside. And then top 100 pixels. And at 100%, we'll make it right 100 pixels. So pretty much back in place. And we get that. So cool. Every time we refresh. And if you want to see it multiple times, we just come right here. We go to animation. This one right here. And infinite. And it'll just do it multiple times. It's pretty cool. But I want to do it on load, so I don't want to do it multiple times. So every time we load, we'll do it. Awesome. So we got this to work. So we're done with this. I just looked at it and I realized that this is wrong. Let me put it in light mode so you can see it. This right here Some people might like it like this, but you also push this down to make it look cool. And the way we do that is we go to the container right here and the padding right here. So top padding, 20 pixels. And then this gonna be the bottom. We're gonna go 80 pixels and 20 pixels. So everything else got 20 but the bottom. Top. Oh, this is the dark, my bad. Let me copy it over here. Should fix it. There we go. Now this is like bigger. Same thing right here. Some people might like it like this. But now this looks out of place. So let's fix that. So alright, 307 looks fine to me. For some reason, this does not look even, so alright, I think that's good. Maybe this could be moving apart a little more. There we go. That's good enough to me. And now we're gonna want to change this color right here. And we want to change it to this so it could match. So we have it equal red right there. So we want to go back to the Navbar. Okay, I guess I didn't put it in here. Let me go to this one right here. There you go, this color right here. And then we got the color equal this. Looking much better. I don't know why it made me highlight that. Let me do it again. Oh, it's because I'm double clicking outside of it. Like this disappears and I'm clicking like that. Okay. In order to fix this right here, from clicking, we want to do the same thing we did in the main. Where's it at? You just select none. We can actually just remove this and just put it inside the body with index. There we go. And now we can't do none. This is pretty cool. So now we want to get the bottom, the special. We're just going to create a new component. And we're going to call this special games.jsx rcfe, and I'm gonna get the link to the API. This API right here. This is the one we want to go for. So I'm gonna copy this. Now I'm gonna make another const, a function. I'm gonna call it API call, just like before. And then inside of here, or right here, we're gonna have async. So we can make it asynchronous, kind of like what we did right here. And then we wanted data, to get the data, a weight, Axios. I guess I'm meant to do it manually because it's not popping up. There we go. We're gonna copy this, put it inside. Gotta get my API key. There we go. Console log data. And we're going to use effect. We'll run it once. And this should console log the data. Let me make sure we're not console logging anything over here. No. Okay. I don't know what took so long for this to load, but yeah. We gotta import this. I'm gonna import it in the app. I'm gonna close out all this. And then I'm gonna make a use state. And we can do it like this, or we can just make it empty. I'm just gonna leave it empty. We could just call this games, just like we did before. It's .data results. And now oh yeah, just like before, we're getting the data and it is putting it in, but it's not loading in time, so we gotta remove that. And we gotta do it right down here. So we let everything load, then get the data. There we go. And then we could map to the data. I'm gonna use a fragment. And I'm gonna have a div right here outside of the map, because we're gonna be mapping in a second. And I'm gonna name this game details container. Not details. We're not working on details now, my bad. Just the games container. And then we wanna map through the games. And then we'll get the image. First, I'm gonna have a class name right here and call this image container. It's gonna be the image container. Or we just call this container. It's not gonna be the image container. It's really hard to name stuff. I can't think of anything better. But image. Then the source is gonna be game.image, I believe. The alt gonna be empty. And that's it right now. And then call this title. And then inside of here, we'll have an H3. And then class name. I'll do that in a second. So that's H3. We're gonna have games dot title. And then this H4. This is gonna be two of these because we want to use two of these in one. But since we're using JavaScript, we want to put brackets around it. And let me just see what it's called. Okay, price. So and then games dot this right here. And now not getting anything. I don't know why. Special. Oh, because I'm not returning anything. So turn all of this. And there we go. Now we're getting it. We're getting a whole bunch of undefined. I had to make sure these are right. Image. Okay, I think I know why we're getting undefined. Because we probably don't have the games yet, so if games, then do that. Maybe that should work. There we go. Now let me try to refresh. There we go. Now we're getting it. But we're getting it now. We're just not getting the titles. Oh, I'm doing games, not game. It's game. I was getting this right here, not the game. There we go. Now we're getting it. Now we're getting it undefined for. Oh, okay. There we go. So we got everything now. I want to remove this right here. The slider thing. It's going to like the edge. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. Hold on. But in order to fix this right here, the slider thing, we just have to go to the index and look up overflow Y. No. Is it Y? No, it's X, I think. Overflow X and then hidden. Yeah, there we go. And now we can go over. And now we don't want to stop, actually. We don't want to get these two right here. These two things right here. So I'm gonna close out this, go to the main, and just copy these two, put it on top. And then I'm gonna call both of them outside of a map, so we don't map to each one and put them in. By the ID of previous, just prev. And then I think it's after. Is it next or after? It's nice. And then ID. Nice. We got font size. Not font family, font size of 55. Do the same thing right here. And at the bottom, we should be getting it. There we go. So in order to make this work, the slider thing, it's going to be a little complicated since we're not using the framework and libraries to help us. It won't be that complicated as long as you know CSS. But we're just going to make a new style. We'll name it the same thing. And then we're going to import it. There we go. Copy this. Display, flex, and this should put it in the line. That's cool. And I'm gonna margin left about 20 pixels just to have this not reach the end. Maybe 30. 30 would be good. And then inside this container, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna margin so it could break apart, so it's not all stuck together like this. There we go. I'm actually gonna do it right because I don't want to push it more farther. There we go. And then I'm gonna make the image no, we can just grab the image. And I want to make the width the height that looks better, but I want it to like not show this one right here, so I'm gonna do it. I think that's perfect right there. Actually, I want to show it a little, maybe. And then we're gonna get, actually, why is it smaller? Oh, it's because we grabbed the images. It's just everything in here is connected to each other, so when I grabbed the image and changed it like that, it changed that too. So in order to fix that, I'm just gonna call this there we go. And now we're gonna want the images, hover, cursor, pointer, and we're gonna make the width and the height a little bit more bigger. The scale works too, kind of. It works better like this. I don't know why, but it like kind of gets a little glitchy. So I'm gonna use the width and height. So I'm probably going to do 290, no, 305, and 190. Alright, when I hover, it does this. Really cool. But I want to transition on that to equal like maybe 0.7 seconds. There we go. And we're gonna add that to this too. So it should take 0.7 to quit. There we go. Now it's a cool little animation when you hover. And now we're gonna fix these little arrows right here so they actually work and put them in position. So I give the ID of previously or prev. Position absolute. And then left minus 13. Okay, it's going to be higher. .205 is good enough. And then we're going to do the same thing, but right and next. There we go. Can't really see it because of the white right here. So I'm gonna do right 0 pixels, but I'm gonna move that images over. Makes it. I think that would look cool. Alright, there we go. I'm actually gonna make these bigger. Yeah, I think that's much better. And then 15 and 17. Now we got this working. We want cursor pointer on here. Now we're getting a cursor pointer. See, this is gonna be a problem. I'm gonna fix it later. But this is big, but when we hover on it, it's like, it's going like, it's not aligned. Like, it just doesn't look right. Fix that in a second though. In order to get this to work, we're gonna have to get this right here, what I named it. And close this out real quick. ID of image. So get this right here. And I'm gonna put this right here, but I'm gonna comment this out for right now, just so I don't mess anything up. And then I'm gonna have transform, transition, or translate, my bad. Translate X, so this way, right here. And round there, and then transition 1.5 seconds. See how we get that nice animation right there? Real cool. And then what we want to do right here is we're going to type slider inside of a const. Set slider going to equal to use state false. It's going to be false right now, but we clearly it's going to be true. So slider, if it's true, then we want image slider. So we come right here and we can change this to image slider, and then we can uncomment this. But what I just do, let me go back. Then we can uncomment this. There we go. Since it's false, it's just going to stay normal. When it's true, we get a little slider animation. You kind of didn't see it because it refreshed, but alright, you'll see when we click it. But on click, we're going to have set slider is going to be equal to true. So this should be working. I'm gonna refresh. Oh, it's working that way. My bad. I put on the wrong one. So there we go. It's working that way. But you will notice the titles don't change or anything. Or to fix that, we're gonna want to grab titles. We'll have to have ID, name. If slider is true, then move title, not just title. Actually, we can put that in null because we're not going to be doing anything with it but move title. And we're just going to do the same thing right here as we did right there. So now we refresh. Boom. All the titles moved. Now we just need these to move with it. Or to do that, we have to do the same thing. And actually, I'll put this in titles because we are going to change this later. We're going to do the same thing right here. Just copy this in. Then we refresh. There we go. Now we want this side to work. This button to work. So in order to get that button to work, we'll do the same thing right here. And we're just going to set it to false. And there we go. We got the false to work, but you'll notice it does it so fast. So you can't really see it. Or fix that. You don't want the false, which is this. We could make this more simpler. Like that. It is the same thing. And with the title and this, we could do the same thing, but set this to 0. And we refresh, should be working. Working that way. And it's working with down here, but it's not working with the images. So Oh, because I forgot to add the image. And now it should be working. There we go. There we go. Got the hardest part out the way. Alright, now problem here. Let me go back. But the problem here is I want everything to be on one line. I don't want it to be breaking into one line. So I'm gonna fix that. But first we're gonna fix this. So if you notice, everything is aligned right here. But right here, this goes all the way down because this is breaking the line. And this one is too. So in order to fix this, first I'm gonna change the color to this. Alright, style. No, that wasn't the color. I gotta go back to the Navbar and copy this. There we go. And now it's yellow. And now in order to fix this from breaking, is you want to change the font when it reaches too much. So we're gonna get the biggest one, not the biggest one, the smallest one of these titles that breaks. So this is like the biggest one. I can't select it because we use select to display none. But I come right here and I copy it. And then I come right here and I can look up letter counter. And this will count the letters for you. So 45. Let me close out that. And then I come right here, this one right here, and I come to style. Right here, I'm gonna type in .game, .title. If it is greater than, I think it was 43. Greater than or equal to 43. I could delete this. I don't know why. And there we go. So if the title is equal to 43 or greater than, then we want the font size to be maybe 10 pixels. No, 14. And then if it's false, then font size 18. Nope, that's still on the line. Let me just make sure it's working. No, it's not. Okay, I'm gonna put this to 20 then. Game dot title. Oh, length. My bad. I forgot to use length. Go right back here to 43. Wait, I'm just gonna do 40 because I forgot what it was. There we go. Now it gets smaller. Now it's on one line. Same thing with this one. It's on one line. But we want to make it bigger. Maybe 15. Alright, still on that line. You can make it bigger. $16. Alright, how about 17? Alright, 16 is good. So now we got everything aligned. Alright, it's not aligned. This is not aligned. Never mind. Alright, what we're gonna have to do is margin top. Not margin top, margin bottom. Okay, we're gonna push it down a little more. No, we shouldn't be pushing. Okay, margin top 20. There we go. 15. Oh, not 105. 17. 19. Alright, 19 looks like it's aligned. There we go. Now it looks more aligned. Maybe 20. You know, we just did that. I think 19.4 look good. Yeah, there we go. Now we scroll all the way over here. Now it looks more aligned. Yeah. So we got this part done. Going back and forth, back and forth. But now we want to change this color when it's light. So we want this to be red. So I want to come back here and we want to import. From app, we want to import this. And then we're going to use context. So there's going to be a lot of constant here because this is a pretty big file. But we're going to get these two. It's going to be equal to use context. Inside of it, we're going to put the toggle command. And then we're going to remove this one because we're not going to change it. We just want this one right here. And then, okay, right here, we can have if theme switch is true, which is not. Want the color equal to red. Huh, what happened? Oh, we didn't put it in the special games. Where did we put it? Oh, yes, we did. It's right here. Oh, no, this has to be an object. I don't know what I'm thinking. There we go. Now if we refresh. Alright, what we need to do here, we need a key. There's tons of ways you could do a key. You can either do it like math.random and multiply by like 100,000 to not get the same key. Or you just use the ID in here. I'm gonna use the ID. And we should no longer get this warning right here. There we go. No warning. And now we can delete this console.log because we don't need it anymore. Should be turning red. Oh yeah, it is turning red. That is turning red. Alright, you can't really see the titles because they're white. But in order to change that, it's by adding a class. We could just do it on the movie and the title. Actually, yeah, we'll do it like that, matter of fact. Yeah. And we're just going to change the color to this for right now, just see if it works. Yeah, it's working. Alright. But we're going to go to the Navbar. No, it must be inside the Navbar. Okay, there it is right there. I want to copy that. Put it inside of here. No, it's the green. We should be copying the green, not the blue. This one. Now put it inside of here. There we go. That looks much better. We can just display, flex, justify content in the center. No, align. Let me see this. Oh, not in here. In here it should work. There we go. Let's move to the center. Now we're going to move this to the center too. So we just do the same thing. Let me add a background color so we can see it. Oh, it's working over here. It's just not. Okay. We gotta add this too. Then remove that. And there we go. I'm actually about to probably make this 70. 90. 60. I think 60 looks nice. And then we're gonna make this 60 too. And then there we go. Why is this blue now? Oh. We don't want to delete that and do it in a style. So yeah, we're gonna have to make a new class. I know it looks like so much is going on right here because of this. Dark and light. No, light. And we can actually do null right here because by default it's white. But when it's light, dang it, I forgot the color. There we go, right here. And now, there we go. Now we just got to switch this, which is really easy due to React icons, because we don't got to hit style. We just do this. We get color, theme, if it's true, and if it's false. If it's false, nothing. If it's true, I believe it was this color. And we can also come right here if we want to, when we reach this max of this, we want to remove this so we can't press it again just for styling purposes. Hold on, we're getting an error. Class. Oh, we get an error because this has a class number right here. We'll remove this. There we go. And now, if we want to remove this right here and reach the max, we just come right here. Not team switch it. If sets, no, slider is true. Disable previous. And display none. We have to switch these around. There we go. Now you go back. But when you reach the mat, when you reach the first, it won't let you go back even more. There's no button. So the only option is to press this. And then it'll show up. And then you want to do the same thing here. Actually, not the same thing. The only difference is when it's false, you want to do that. When it's true, you want to do this, able, dex. Okay, I don't know what's going on. There we go. We could just do it right here. There we go. And now we're done. Now we just need to get the list of, actually, I forgot to name the app. So inside the app, right here, we're gonna name this. We'll have a H3. Give it the ID of heading. And then we'll call this list of games. Not list of games. What did I call it? I think I called it special games. There we go. I'm of a span games. Oh no, we want to put that inside. There we go. And then we have a style of if theme switcher is true. We're going to change the color to equal. And if it's false, we're going to change the color to equal just white. There we go. But for this style right here, we're going to have theme switch if it's true. If it's true, then we're going to have so that color. If it's false, we're going to do that color. So there we go. And then I'm gonna have a margin in the app, the heading. So the ID. And we're going to margin left 20 pixels. There we go, 40 pixels. Maybe 30 pixels is good. And a font size of maybe 3 rem. No, that's way too much. Let me say 2 point. No. I'm just gonna say 2. But we should be having no margin bottom, so there we go. Actually, we get like 3 pixels. And since this went up, since we added this, these went up. We can fix that easily. Okay, right here. There we go. And I'm gonna play with this a little. Alright, and this looks a little better. This is barely seeable. I'm not gonna fix it, but it'll be easy to fix. Just change the color, or just have a better image right here. This API always changes, like every couple hours. So we're done with the slider right here. Actually, no, we're not. I just realized it's not hovering. Let's go back here. Should be like move image somewhere. Okay, I think it's image slider that I called it. Yeah, there we go. And now we're gonna create a new component, and we're gonna call this. Let me go back real quick. We're gonna create a new component. Actually, I'm putting game info. It's gonna be the only file in here, and I'm just gonna call it gaming info. And then RCF E, and I'm gonna put H1. Just put anything in there, and then come back to special. Below this, I'm gonna import it. There we go, we got it. And now what we want to do, we use dispatch because we're going to be using a whole bunch of data. If we don't use dispatch, we're going to need like 10 use states. So this will be a perfect time to use dispatch. So this might look a little messy if you don't know what you're doing, or if you're new to using dispatch, but use reducer, I meant, not dispatch. It's reducer. So const state. So just like we use useState, just the only difference is we use a dispatch. So we use reducer. And you have reducer. And then we're gonna have a starting or initializing. I use starting. Sorry, remember. And then we're gonna get const reducer. Okay, I have no idea how that happened. So just do reducer right here. And then the starting. So we gotta make another const called starting. And this is gonna be all the starting data. So what we're gonna be getting is the title. I'm gonna pass to the title. It's gonna be set to none. I'm gonna pass to the image. It's gonna be set to none. I'm gonna pass to everything else. And lastly, the URL. In order to do this in a state, you could do it, but it just looks messy and sloppy. It's better off using reducing. But right here, we're gonna return title for this title right here, a starting for this title. So we're going inside here and we're getting the title. It's going to be equal to the action, but we don't have an action yet. So in order to get the action and the payload, this is going to look a little weird, but you're going to want to go down to the image and unclick, because whenever we unclick it, we want to do it. So we'll have an unclick function, and we're going to call this shown, and we're going to pass the game, and then we're going to make another function and game, and then we get an error. Oh, we get an error right here. Alright, we want to dispatch, and we want to type. We want to type equal click, and we can change this to click, and we want the payload to equal the game. So now we could just go to action. Basically, how I remember this is everything that has to do with action is inside of here. Everything that has to do with the state is outside. So action should be always in here. So action, payload, title, I believe, and then you're gonna want image starting, image equals action dot payload dot image, and then starting price is going to be equal to action dot payload. I don't even know the rest. Let me remove this real quick and console log everything. Alright. So the payload dot price, and then we'll do current and equal to action currency tag. There we go. And for source, we're gonna have source is equal to starting dot source action dot source, and URL. So now going to equal dot URL. And now we could just remove this console log. Don't need it anymore. And we could console log starting every time this is clicked. There we go. Now we should have nothing, but click on something. Oh, you are getting it? It just doesn't load in time. But we are getting the data. So let me remove that. And now all we gotta do is hit data. And literally we could just pass all of this into this file. And now we have all this inside of here, which is awesome. To do this, would just use state, would just be way too much. So now we could pass the toggle, the theme switch. So call this theme switch equal to theme switch. And we're getting something right here. In order to remove this warning, because we're not using it at all, we just hit quick fix. And I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one right here. Now it just ignores it. There we go. Now we go in gaming info, and you have a class name, game container, image, source, But in order to get the image source, you gotta pass it in like this, like a prop. Now we got both. And now we can hit data dot image. And this has to be a capital. And then an alt like that. And then we have to go to React icons. I already have an icon saved. I'll show you. I'm gonna import this icon. So I already have it saved. From then we're getting an error here. I'm gonna wrap this in a fragment. Should be working. Okay, I'm not getting any errors in it, but I'm getting errors in the terminal. Not an error warning. So, oh, this is the warning. And now, just want to use this. And I'm just going to give this the color. It's white for right now. Font size 30, cursor, pointer. And we'll give ID as close, because this will close when you click it. And then we're going to H1. And source. And now H3. No, we should be getting a title. Okay, this should be the H3. Alright, and now I have an A tag with an href. You could do this in a link with React Router, but since I'm not using any libraries, I'm not gonna do it. Go on span. We're just gonna give ID. I also have an icon. I'm gonna import in here. And I'm gonna put it right here. And font size 30. And let's see what that looks like without no styling. Alright, no errors. There we go. There we go. Okay, it's looking good. Now we just want to make a style. So I'm gonna name it the same thing. There we go. And besides this game container, I have a display of flags. And a flex direction of row, just to put it in a row. And justify content center, align center, and margin 50 pixels and 0 pixels. Oh, I didn't even import it. So import. There we go. There we go. Now it's in the center, and it's directing like that. Directions like that. And if I want to get the image, image is going to have a height of 330 pixels and width of 520 pixels. And that should make this bigger. There we go. And I'm actually going to add right here never mind. No, I'm not. And then I'm going to do the A tag, which I have the font size of 1.6 rem, background color, a padding, 12 pixels up and down, 25 left and right, word radius, 10 pixels, text, transfer, uppercase, color, FFF, which is white, and text decoration set to none. There we go. Now we got this. After this image right here, we have another div. We're gonna call this class name of game info. This will be all the info right here. And we'll wrap it around. There we go. And then come right here. game. Did I do it like that? Yeah, game info. Display, flex, direction. I'm in a column. All this is going to be in a column. And origin left, I think. Yeah. 20 pixels. Okay, maybe. No, 20 pixels. Maybe we could push this to 20. Nah, I think that'll be good. Alright. And now, right here, I'm gonna grab that. Display, flex, justify content center, align items in the center. And that's just center out this. Yes, it is. And then we're gonna ID right here, cart right here, ID that, and we're gonna position relative, so it's gonna be relative to this, and we'll have a left 90 pixels. Okay, I'm gonna push it more. Alright, I'm gonna try to make this button smaller. It's too big. So this padding should do. Left and right, I think. What is this padding even doing? Let me add background color to white. I'm gonna give it a width. There we go. Yeah, 300 seems good. And then game title. I'm gonna give it the same width. And a font size of 1 rem, which is 16 pixels. 1.5. Alright, 1.5 is good. We're going to change this when it gets big like this. Actually, you know what now? I'm gonna do 2. I'm gonna do 2.5. No. 1.3, maybe? Okay, 1.3 seems good. Yeah, I like 1.3. and we're just gonna display flags, justify content center, moved it to the center. And now we get this ID, close, and position, relative, probably left, 320 pixels maybe, and top -10. Alright, we'll put it to 2.3 maybe. Yeah, 2.3 because, okay, not 2.3, 2.2, just 2. Alright, it's gonna put it 2. And when it gets big like this, we'll just style it up. But we have a margin bottom for the title. And okay, I'm gonna say 90. 98. Alright, 98 is good. Let me refresh this. Okay, when I refresh this, like this, it still shows this. The way to fix that is just go to this right here. It'd be like, if games dot image then load. That should fix it, I believe. So now refresh. Okay, that does not fix it. Maybe it's lowercase I. Okay, I did not fix it either. Alright, the way we can fix this is just by adding a toggler. So we come right up here and add toggle. This is our last one we're adding on this file. Go to use state false. And then when this is called, when we're clicking, we called it on the on click. We're gonna set toggler to true. And then go all the way down here. Since we're actually not using this, I don't know why I put this in, but since we're not using it, actually no, we don't even need to do that. We can just come right here and put toggle in. Wait, toggle, not toggle in. Alright. So if it's true, it's show. That should fix it. Okay, that did not fix it. And starting image. And if nothing, no. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Okay, we don't need that toggle. We could delete that toggle. I found out the toggle was causing it. To throw an error. And now it works. So get the games. And we can actually come back over here. And margin bottom on 70. Yeah, I think that's better. Maybe 60. Yeah, it's better. Now it closes every time we go over here. This is cool. And now if we want to close off this button, if we want to close off this button, we'll have to. Alright, I was just thinking about it. And we come back here, and we do need a const. Toggle. Use state false. And then on click, I'm gonna do it right here. Not set, but we need this. And then we'll import that. And actually we do need set too. We need both. There we go. Come back here, hit that. And then on click here, new function to false. I don't even think we need this. Yeah, we don't even need this. Go back here. We just do like this. Set it to false. You just do a quick fix, And there we go. It won't close out of this yet because now we can add the toggle. Now we refresh. And now we have to go right here, set this toggler. When it's clicked, set it to true. So it should be working now. There we go, it's working. And this button is working too. We got it to work. And we can just click on it, it'll send me the link. It'll send me to where to get it. So we got this working, and we got this working. Now, we just need to fix this. Can't really see it because it's blending in. The white's blending in with it, so you can't really see it. So, in order to fix this, close out that, come right here, and import from the app this. And then we want to go back once and go app. And then use contacts like before. No, we could just put React dot. I don't know if I did that before, but the only difference between React dot and just use context is you actually got to put use context in here. If you just use plain out use context, but if you're using React dot use context, all you need is to React right here. If I remove the React, this won't work. This won't work. See, we have red right here. But when I add it, it's fine. Now we get the theme switcher. And then we're gonna go style. And if it's not, then null, because we already have it. But if it's in here, then we want the color to be equal to. We'll do this. gotta do it outside of here. There we go. And then do it right here too. And right here. We save. There we go. That's how it's looking. And now, if I come up right here, I can use JSX, and I could put inside of here if theme switcher is true. Same thing as here. We want to equal that, and then all for that. But we want to come. We had to come inside of here. Game title, and we'll change the color to that. Hold on. We'll save that. Game title. There we go. Come right here. We want the same thing here, but we want this color right here. We do it at top. There we go. And I should be able to move this right here. And it should be working perfectly fine. Refresh. Alright, it's still blue. There we go, right here. It's white. So you want to make this font smaller when it has so many letters. So we get style is equal to data dot title dot length 20. That is true. We delete this. But if it's true, then we'll have a background color just to see if it's working. We have a background color yellow. Okay, it's working, it's yellow. But we want the font size to be smaller. So, font size. Alright. We want to equal 1.5, right, maybe? There we go, it's much better. Alright, that's much better. So it's pretty much just getting smaller every time this is bigger than 20. We're going to 27 now. And there's one way to fix this. If you notice when I hover on this like moves because this is moving it a little. Like it shakes a little because this is getting bigger, what causes this to move a little, shake a little. So every time I hover, it shakes. In order to fix that, all you have to do is position absolute, which will move it when I save it. Won't move it. Oh no, because we're position absolute, man. That we want to position absolute this. I know what that is. Position absolute that. And that moves it. And all you have to do is put it from the left 200 pixels. Okay, 500 pixels. And there we go. And we could just put a margin, bottom 200 pixels. Alright, margin. No margin. Well, if you notice, it won't shake anymore at all. That's how you fix the shaking. Don't worry that we can't scroll down right now. One thing you will notice though, because it's position absolute and it's technically not inside of this container, when you come right here and you click something, it'll turn white. Where to fix that? Just make it the same color as everything else. Background color, black. I believe it was black. Make the width, the view width, and the height 30 view height. No, we don't want to do that. Alright. In order to do it like that, we have to make another div over this and just call it background. And put it over everything. And then get this background, come right here. And then make background color black. And then width, 100 view width. And height, 20 view height. No, 30, 50, alright, 50 view height. Okay, 40 view height. Now we just want to get the color of everything, which is this. The same color as this background. And we want to put it inside of here. And now you can't even notice the difference. That's how you fix it from shaking. It will no longer shake. It will also do it right here. But to fix that again, we just come back to here and we just change this every time theme is switch. So if theme is switch true, we're gonna change this to background light. And there we go. Since it's white, you don't have to change anything. Come back here, it's fine. Come here, it's fine. So now we're gonna focus on the last part. The last part is actually pretty easy. All right, to get multiple games, be using this API. Now all you gotta do is go components, new components, and call this. RCFE. And now we just want to close out all this, go to the app, and put it inside of here, inside of that. And we're going to call this what we named it. There we go. And what we're going to do here, we're going to copy this H3 right here. I'm going to put it right here. And we'll name this to there we go. And now we're going to use this API. So look at this URL. And we're going to import Axios from Axios. I'm inside of here and make API call. I'm gonna call it API call every time. And we call it asynchronous. And call this data. It's going to equal to wait Axios get const API is equal to that. And I'm going to put the API in here, comma, bracket. And I'm going to copy this inside of here. But I only want one of these. And that's going to be the page size. And I only want it to be 30. You can delete this comma because you have nothing else. And the header. And put this comma right here. Now we get the API key. There we go. And then we want a new const. I'm gonna call this set data. Not set data. Get data, I guess. You can either do an empty, or you could do brackets like that. Do empty, but I'm gonna use useState, and I'm gonna call a use effect. gonna call it once. Call it API call. And then over console.log the data. And then we get the data, and then we want to set get to equal that, and console.log get data. There we go, we're getting it. And now put a fragment right here, and we can say data dot map. We're gonna call this game. An array, not an array, function, and a return. And inside of here, we can do a div. We call this class names. Image container. Get an error. I don't know why I got 2 right there. Actually, no, I do need 2. Oh. There we go. Data. Get data. Inside this div right here, image source is going to equal game. Should do dot data result. Remove all this real quick. Refresh. Okay, maybe it's not data results. Okay, no, it's just data this time. That's cool. Now paste this back in here. Fresh. We're getting an error, and that's because we want to make sure we have data before we even do this. It's just confusing, but makes sense. Get data. There we go. And there we go. Now it's back. And that's because it's trying to load something that's not there when we first load the page. So we want to get data before we do that. And we're going to image source dot alt. And it's called, this one is called the thumb. So, game dot thumb. Now we get all the pictures. And now we just need H3 and we're gonna get game dot title. There we go. Now we're just gonna need a H4. And then we get normal first. This has to be lowercase. And there we go. Oh no, Sal, not normal. And now that's actually it for right now. Actually, I want to have a div around here. Why am I getting an error? There we go. No, it should be inside of here. The div should be right here. I don't know why I'm getting an error every time it's right here. Because it's outside of the turn. Oh, because it's not outside of here. That'd be fine. There we go. And then we have a class name. We're gonna call this game container. And it's in right here. And then make a new one that we call this the same name, CSS. Make sure everything is working. All right. And then we want to import. There we go. And we're going to get this. Then we're going to set it to a flex. There we go. We got the list of games in flex. And we're going to flex, wrap it so it can wrap down. And justify content in the center. Okay, why is it doing this? Oh. There we go. And then with the image container right here. We have a margin left, 35 pixels. Okay, maybe not. Maybe 30. Yeah, 30. And then you have a display flex. Like that. And then flex convection column. And then we could have a line in the center. Just make everything line up. And then that's actually it. That's gonna do. Oh, we can make the I'm seeing something in the app that we could do. Comment all of these and just add, just to change this right here to text uppercase. So we can change this to a text. Oh no. We change all these to headings. And we come back to app.css. Okay, we're not going to change all these to headings, matter of fact. But we're going to change the class names to a heading. There we go. And now text uppercase. There we go. Now we come back here, close out this, and go back here. And what we could do is we're going to do the length thing just in case, like this right here is pushing us. So what we're going to do here is we're going to title H3 pretty much, style, equal 34 or more. If it's equal to 34 or more, done. Give it 12 pixels. And if it's not, we just have a null. There we go. Okay, we can make this a little bigger, maybe. All right, looks much better. Now, what we could do is we could add a margin, top 5 pixels, just to make it move, and a width of 200 pixels. Now we're gonna have to make the images the size of what we wanted. So inside of here, img, and width, height. We'll put 300 each right now. Alright, and there we go. Now, we're just going to want to make this H4. Actually, we're going to wrap this side of these things. I forgot what they call it. And we're just going to put that right there to make it show up. There we go. We didn't need those things. And in here we have a style. And while it goes inside the app, and we want to get this, import it inside of here, not equal, from back app, then we're gonna make const brackets use context toggle, and then We're gonna get that. And then if that is true, then if it's true, we're gonna get the color of red. If it's not, then we're gonna get the color of its yellow stuff. That's right here. There we go. Switch on. It's red. Now we're gonna do the same thing to the titles. But we're gonna do it with an ID because we already used styles. And then set the color to white, even though default it is white. And then for the light, we're going to set it to this color. There we go. So everything's working. I just noticed two things about the navbar. Should have been fixed this, but just realized. For this, right here, toggle moved. Got the background color of a gray. I'm scared. Maybe a little. That's good. And we do the same thing right here. I have no idea what I did. I'm gonna close and open it back up. But we're doing the same thing right here. Light. And we copy this. We're literally going to do the same thing right here. Change the background color to the same color as this. And there we go. Now we got everything working, but these are stretched for a reason, and it's not my fault, it's just the API. And there's no image right here. It's the API, not my fault again. But in order to make these bigger, we're going to go to the special games. Is it special games? No. This one. And we're going to do this on hover. And grab a cursor pointer. And transition 1 second, not 1 second, 0.7 seconds. There we go, there we go. But we also want to have a transition on the image so it could back up. There we go. We got a nice animation. And that's really it. Pretty cool. You click on this, and it'll take me directly to the page. I have to verify because I'm on a VPN. And there we go. I'm directly at the page. If I go back, same thing here. Send me straight to it. I am back. I gave it a little bit of time. I came back, but as you can see, it changed. The API changed. This used to be the first index or the 0 index. Now this is it. This is the 1. This is 2. This is 3. And this is the 4. So yeah, the API changes. Same thing here. The image of Call of Duty. No, Call of Wild. I have no idea what that is. Changed. But it'll still work, as you see. Still works just as before. And I think this changed too. And FIFA is here. This stuff changed too. This is stretched. These are stretched for some reason. But yeah, the API changes. And one thing I want to do is make this navbar stick. But when we reach the Y down here, so I'll show you. Close that. And then go to the navbar. We're going to want to make this show every time we're down here. So we have to do is get the scroll Y. So above the return, you have a window add event listener, kind of like JavaScript. And we want to get this scroll. I am back. My computer just stopped recording for some reason, but we want to get the scroll. And then we want to call a function. I'm just going to call it change nav, because we're going to change the nav. No, change nav bar. And above it, we want to make a function. And right here, we have if window. It's windows or window. I think it's window. Scroll. Y. Where X. No, Y is down, my bad. Y. We could make this about 300. And then we can have a const right here and call this navbar y. And set navbar y to equal use state. And we're going to set that to 0. We got to import use state for us. There we go. And then we're going to set, actually no, we're going to set this to false. And then we're going to set navbar y to true. And then we're going to come to the nav right here, add an ID of an object, and navbar y, if it's equal to that, then navbar y shown, and if it's not, then navbar. There we go. That shouldn't have changed anything. Nope, we're still good. But when it's true, we're going to want to go to the nav bar right here. Go on top, the shown, and we're going to have a position sticky. And that should just work. When we get to 300, when we scroll down to 300, it should show it. Okay, it's not showing it for some reason. Let me change this to 500. Oh, this is supposed to be a lowercase. The scroll is supposed to be lowercase. There we go. Now it should work. Let me refresh. So now we scroll down. And we should get to the special games. We should be getting it. Nope. We're still not getting it. Okay. Set to true. Navbar y. Let me just do this. Just to see if it's working. Because it should be sticky. Alright, it's not working. Maybe I have to do top 0 just so it knows. Oh, it's not working because I have it in a class, the ID. That's why it's not working. My bad. That should work. Let me actually switch this back over here. This is show. Now when I scroll, I should be getting it when I hit around 500. 500 should be like around here. So disappears, it's not there no more, and then there we go, we got it. Pretty cool. Flash again, disappears, and it reappears when you hit down here, when you get down here. Dang it, I can't talk. Okay, there's one more thing we forgot to do. Simple fix, and then we're done. Everything is working perfectly as you see. Perfect. But when we come right here and we click on something like this, it gets glitchy. And that's because I forgot to do this. Is I forgot to come to the game info and get the light right here. And come right here. And pretty much copy this and put this in here. And it'll change it, but it'll get black. What we want to do is just the white so it can fade in with it. And there we go. Now everything's perfect.